Second call on Junior 2. First call on Rookie. First call for Rookie. Junior Wing drivers, be getting ready. Junior Wing, be getting ready. We work our way through this one round of practice. Want to let everybody know that we are actually live and welcome you into the live broadcast on MBTV throughout the course of the weekend and the opening weekend of our 2025 AJC Mid-America Series here at the beautiful Golden Spike Speedway in Blue Earth, Minnesota, on a balmy, what would you say, 50-degree afternoon with a wind chill that makes it feel probably about 12. It's a gorgeous day. Still got guys wearing shorts, so I mean it's typical southern Minnesota kind of weather for the opening weekend of the month of May and our opening weekend of this Mid-America Series, our AJC Mid-America Series, live on MBTV, and we welcome everybody along on that. If you're following along on live timing and scoring, we'll be using the My Race Pass app. That has been on my phone for a long time. I use it all summer long, it seems like, whether I'm announcing a race or whether I'm just watching a race, to get the accurate timing and scoring for most of those events. We're getting ready for UAS. We're about halfway through this first round of practice. Just one round of practice. The first three classes will get a second round, that being our Junior 1, our Super Heavy, and our Stock Light, and we'll run them in that direction.
We're going to pause it. We're going to change the format. We got to work on the racetrack. They can't race. Someone's going to get hurt. So even if we have to do qualifying,
All right, drivers and crews, a decision has been made that we're going to pause practice. Our race director, Jade Schott, is informing those drivers on the grid right now that we are pausing practice. We were hoping that we could work some of the roughness out of the track. We have not yet with the karts that have been out for practice. Everybody has gotten through it okay, but clearly it's still extremely rough. And so a decision has been made by our staff that we are going to work on the track, and then we'll make a decision about where we go, if we need to adjust the lineup as far as practice. So guys, you might want to go ahead and head back to the pit area. We're going to do some track preparation. Let our crews try and take a little bit of the roughness now that we've gotten the track to settle down and get a little hardness into that track. It was so soft earlier that we just were really, guys were really struggling to try to hang on to the racetrack, especially those wing karts. You could see those kids were really bouncing around on that track as they were trying to go. So we'll resume practice here in a little while. and we will keep you informed as to what the decision is. But right now, practice is on hold for track preparations. The track's starting to come around. I think if we can just skim it a little bit, I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to get really good. It just the dirt just didn't settle like we expected it would this winter when they put a whole new layer of dirt on the racetrack, and then what we really needed was a good foot of snow to just sit on it all winter and pack it in. The problem is we never got that kind of snowfall at any point this past winter, so the track kind of suffered, and so we're going to we've gotten it to a point now, I think, where with our heavy equipment we'll be able to do a little bit of work on it, skim it off just a little bit, take some of those rough spots off, and then a decision will be made about the resumption of practice, and then where we go from there with qualifying heats and so on as far as the format is concerned. We appreciate everybody's help so far. We have asked a lot of you early with the all-kart roll-in. Then we started with the practice, and you could see that the track was starting to come around just a little bit. And our guys are thinking that now that we've gotten it to a point where we can maybe put a little bit of equipment on it, we can do a little bit of work, we can maybe take some of that roughness out of the racing surface, and then we should be hopefully good to go for the remainder of the weekend. So again, we are on hold in practice for the time being as we do a little bit of track prep and then get set to resume with our regular race schedule on this Friday. Attention to the pit area. We need all drivers to the starting grid, please. We need a driver's meeting to the starting grid. Attention in the pit area. We need a driver's meeting to the starting grid. Driver's meeting to the starting grid, please. We need everybody to the starting grid for a driver's meeting. Driver's meeting to the starting grid, please. Driver's meeting to the starting grid. Drivers meeting to the starting grid, please. Drivers meeting to the starting grid. Drivers meeting to the starting grid, please. We need everybody to the starting grid. Drivers meeting to the starting grid. Drivers meeting to the starting grid, please. Drivers meeting to that starting grid. Our staff has come up with a plan for the remainder of today, and so that's what we're going to talk about. Get this show in. Drivers meeting to the starting grid, please. Drivers meeting to the starting grid. Drivers meeting to the starting grid, please. Drivers meeting to our starting grid.
Radio's not on. Got it turned off.
Final call, drivers meeting to the starting grid. Final call, drivers meeting to the starting grid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as was just discussed at our second drivers meeting of the day, here's what lies ahead. We'll start with an all-kart roll-in, the second of the day, but this one will certainly be a lot better than the first one. That track is dramatically better than it was earlier today. So Brett and the crew here at Golden Spike have bent over backwards to try to get things to work, and I think we're going to be okay. So everybody, let's start making our way to the starting grid for an all-kart roll-in. It'll be about 8 to 10 laps with all the karts, both flat and wing. And then when we finish that all-kart roll-in, we will go through the running order one time for practice. We'll start at the top again with Junior 1, then Stock Light, then Super Heavy, and we'll go all the way down through the order one time completely through. When we finish that one round of practice, we will then move into qualifying. All classes will qualify today. The Unlimited All-Stars were not scheduled to qualify. They will today and today only in an effort to get the show in. Same thing for the intermediate wing. They were not scheduled to qualify, but they will. So all classes will qualify. All classes will qualify. So where we were supposed to run heat races, that will be qualification as well. So it's an all-kart roll-in, followed by qualifying, followed by our championship features. And that will constitute our opening day competition. Obviously, the weather is expected to be much better tomorrow. We get a whole night of racing on the track tonight. We look for good things tomorrow, and we'll go back to our regular race format with the practice, qualifying, heat races, last chance qualifiers, the pole dash. We'll have all of those. We'll have all of that back in our regular format for tomorrow. But today, in an effort to get the show in and get it in at a reasonable time, it'll be all-kart roll-in, followed by one round of practice, followed by qualifying in all classes, followed by our championship features. All kart roll into the starting grid. Let's go. All kart roll into the starting grid. Our equipment's just about heading off, so I don't want to send out a bunch of carts and then everybody last minute shows up. We should try to get everybody up there as best we can. All cart roll into the starting grid. All cart roll into the starting grid. Last little bit of work being done by the Speedway crew. Looks like the blade is up. And he'll be heading off. And the packer looks like just going to pack down the entrance and exit to the Speedway. So let's go, guys. All cart roll in. All cart roll in to the starting grid. Fill that grid up. Got some good wing cars sitting up there ready to go. Those guys know what's going on here. They know, hey, we got to get going. We got to get a show in. And so all cart roll into the starting grid. And following that, one round of practice by class in running order. Means we'll start with Junior 1, followed by Stock Light, and then Super Heavy. All cart roll into the starting grid. All cart roll into the starting grid. All cart roll into the starting grid. Let's go. I must admit, it might be the first time I've ever called for an all-cart roll-in twice in an event on the same day. But I have a feeling this one's going to really work out, and we're going to have a good show before we get all said and done with qualifying and with our main events here this evening. Track has really come around quite a bit after it got bladed twice and then just lightly skimmed that last time just to, click the high spots and then pack it in. All right, the equipment is off, so guys, let's go. All cart roll in. All cart roll in. And here we go.
I didn't do it.
All cart roll in. Here come our Arbox. These are most of our Arbox 2 drivers. Third generational sprint car family out there, that 40. That is, believe it or not, that is Randy Rosaboom's grandson. That is his son Jody Rosaboom's. The famous Rosie's Raceland out by Rock Rapids. So here we go. All cart roll in. All cart roll into that starting grid. As soon as you get them rolled up there, get them fired up. Send those carts on. Most definitely, that track is much better than it was the first time you guys were ever on it. That first set of practice laps, especially with those wing karts, so Arbox, Arbox 2, and intermediate wing. Those karts were bouncing pretty good. They're not too bad now. They got a little bit of bounce, but that's going to wear off as we go through practice and move around. All kart roll in. All kart roll into the speedway. All kart roll in. All kart roll into the racetrack, please. All kart roll in. Still working our all kart roll in. All kart roll in on the racetrack. When we finish the all kart roll in, be a couple of minutes, and then we'll head for practice, starting with Junior 1, then stock light, then super heavy. So drivers, keep in mind that we'll be going into practice right after we finish our all kart roll in, starting with the Junior 1s. Followed by the stock lights, and then super heavy. Slowly working our field off of the speedway from our all-car roll-in. Drivers, let's be getting ready for practice. Junior 1, you will be first up. Junior 1, you will be first up, followed by Stock Light and Super Heavy. Junior 1, then Stock Light and Super Heavy for practice. Intermediate wing drivers, you are fourth on the list. Remember, we are going one time through our running order for practice. Again, we thank everybody for being a part of the all-car roll-in. Like I said, I can't remember the last time or if I've ever done 2 all-car roll-ins in the same day on an event. And I've been doing go-karts since the late 1990s. All right, we're just about down to the last handful or so here, kind of working everybody off the track so that drivers can get clear using both the front side and back side of the speedway here in the all-car roll-in. We'll close that back gate. All right, let's see what the plan is now. Gonna leave nothing but wing carts on, looks like. Mixture of Arbox, Arbox 2. And that'll take care of most of that. We'll send a couple more off. Down to the last couple of wing carts, and then we'll be ready for practice. Remember, as we get to practice, we start with Junior 1. So Junior 1 drivers, Junior 1 Mid-America, that's our Junior 1 black carts. You should be making your way to the head of the grid for your one and done round of practice. Junior 1 should be making your way to the head of the grid for your one and done round of practice. Last of our all-car roll-in, about to come off the speedway. Junior 1 drivers, again, you should be making your way to the head of the grid for your one and done round of practice. Stock Light drivers, be getting ready. You follow the Junior 1. Super Heavy, you follow Stock Light. Junior 1 drivers, you should be making your way to the head of the grid for your one and done round of practice. Stock Light drivers, you're on deck. Super Heavy drivers in the hole. All right, Junior 1 drivers to the starting grid for your one and done round of practice. Junior 1 drivers to the starting grid for your one and done round of practice. Final call for Junior 1. Final call for Junior 1. Second call for stock light. Second call for stock light. First call for super heavy. First call for super heavy intermediate wing. Be getting ready. Final call on Junior 1. Second call for stock light. First call for super heavy intermediate wing drivers. Be getting ready. You follow super heavy. This is our one and done round of practice. Final call for stock light. One and done practice. Final call for stock light for one and done practice. Final call for stock light for one and done practice. Junior 1's on the speedway for their one and done practice. Final call for stock light for your one and done round of practice. Final call for stock light for your one and done round of practice. Second call for super heavy. Second call for super heavy for your one and done round of practice. First call for intermediate wing. First call for intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. Arbox drivers be getting ready. Arbox and then Arbox 2. Final call for stock light for your one and done round of practice. Final call, stock light for your one and done round of practice. Second call for super heavy for your one and done round of practice. First call for intermediate wing. First call for intermediate wing for one and done practice. Arbox drivers be getting ready. You follow intermediate wing. Final call on super heavy for your one and done round of practice. Final call on super heavy for your one and done round of practice. Second call for intermediate wing. Second call for intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. First call for Arbox for your one and done round of practice. Arbox 2 and UAS drivers be getting ready. Final call on super heavy for your one and done round of practice. Second call for intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. First call for Arbox for your one and done round of practice. Arbox 2 and UAS drivers be getting ready. All right, here comes super heavy. Final call for intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. Final call for intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Arbox. Second call for Arbox for your one and done round of practice. First call for Arbox 2. First call for Arbox 2 for your one and done round of practice. Unlimited All-Stars UAS drivers be getting ready. You follow Arbox 2. Final call on intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. Final call on intermediate wing for your one and done round of practice. Final call on intermediate wing on your one and done round of practice. Second call for Arbox. Second call for Arbox, your one and done round of practice. First call for Arbox 2. First call for Arbox 2 for your one and done round of practice. UAS drivers be getting ready. UAS drivers be getting ready. You follow Arbox 2. Final call on Arbox. Final call for Arbox for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Arbox 2. Second call for Arbox 2 for your one and done round of practice. First call for UAS. First call for UAS for your one and done round of practice. Junior 2 drivers be getting ready. Junior 2, you follow UAS. Final call for Arbox 2. Final call for Arbox 2 for your one and done round of practice. Second call for UAS. Second call UAS for your one and done round of practice. First call for Junior 2. First call for Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. Rookie drivers be getting ready. Rookie drivers be getting ready. You follow the Junior 2. Final call on Arbox 2 for your one and done round of practice. Final call on Arbox 2 for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Unlimited All-Star. Second call for UAS for your one and done round of practice. Second call UAS for your one and done round of practice. First call for Junior 2. First call for Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. Rookie drivers beginning ready, you follow Junior 2. Rookie drivers beginning ready, you follow Junior 2. Final call for Unlimited All-Stars for your one and done round of practice. Final call for UAS for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Junior 2. Second call for Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. First call for Rookie. First call for Rookie for your one and done round of practice. Junior wing drivers beginning ready. Junior wing beginning ready. You follow the rookie. Final call on UAS for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. First call for Rookie for your one and done round of practice. Junior wing drivers beginning ready. Final call for Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. Final call for Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Rookie for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Rookie for your one and done round of practice. First call for Junior Wing for your one and done round of practice. Junior UAS and Stock Heavy, you should be getting ready. Final call on Junior 2 for your one and done round of practice. Second call for Rookie for your one and done round of practice. First call for Junior Wing for your one and done round of practice. Junior UAS and Stock Heavy driver should be moving to that grid as we approach the end of practice. Final call for rookie for one and done round of practice. Final call for rookie for your one and done round of practice. Second call for junior wing. Second call for junior wing for your one and done round of practice. First call for junior UAS and stock heavy. First call for junior UAS and stock heavy for your one and done round of practice. Final call on rookie for your one and done round of practice. Final call on rookie for your one and done round of practice. Second call on junior wing. Second call for junior wing for one and done round of practice. First call for junior UAS and stock heavy. First call for junior UAS and stock heavy for your one and done round of practice. Final call, junior wing. Final call on junior wing. Second call on junior UAS and stock heavy. Second call on junior UAS and stock heavy. That'll mark the end of practice. Final call on junior wing. Final call on junior wing. Second call on junior UAS and stock heavy. Final call on junior wing. One more group of junior wing drivers. Final call on junior wing. Final call on junior UAS and stock heavy. Final call on junior UAS and stock heavy. That'll mark the end of practice. Final call on junior UAS and stock heavy for your one and done round of practice. Final call on junior UAS and stock heavy for your one and done round of practice. final set of practice laps underway. Following practice, we're going to bring the broom out, we're going to sweep the track, and then we're going to get ready to go into qualifying. So Junior 1 drivers, be getting ready for qualifying. Junior 1, then stock light, then super heavy. Drivers and crews, these are our final practice laps. When we conclude practice, we're going to prep the track, we're going to bring the broom out, and we're going to sweep it off, and then we'll be ready to go into qualifying. Junior 1 drivers, you are first up for pole qualifying. Junior 1, you are first up for pole qualifying. Stock light drivers, you're up second. Then super heavy. Go back through the lineup in the same order we just ran practice. So we're going to take a few minutes. We're going to blow the track off. And then we'll be ready to get qualifying underway. And a reminder, drivers and crews, once we finish prepping the track by sweeping it off, we'll be ready to begin qualifying. Junior 1 drivers, you are first up for pole qualifying. Stock light drivers, you're up second. Super heavy drivers, you're up third. Working on sweeping off that entrance to the track so we're not dragging so much of those chunks up onto the racing surface. Just about complete with our track preparation. Junior 1 drivers, you should be moving into that starting grid as we get ready for qualifying. Stock light drivers.
You've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Heavy driver, you are third for an intermediate wing.
when you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Getting ready for pole qualifying starting in Junior 1. Stock light drivers are up next, then super heavy and intermediate wing. As you may have noticed at the end of practice, there's a bit of a discussion at the scale area. Apparently we are having an issue with the scale. So whatever the posted weight is, there will be a 20-pound allowance from whatever the posted weight is. There will be a 20-pound allowance. So just keep that in mind. We're just trying to sort out the scale. It may have been because of the moisture. Things settled wrong or something, whatever. We're not really sure. We're hoping that we'll get a little more consistency out of it. But tonight, there will be a 20-pound allowance from the posted weight. So whatever you signed in the class and the posted weight for that class, there will be a 20-pound allowance that goes on that weight. All right, before we begin qualifying, as long as we're all getting ready, let's take a quick moment to offer up our national anthem. There's a huge American flag over center field in the baseball diamond behind the speedway, so everybody might take a notice of that. We'll pause for just a moment. Everybody stand, hands over hearts, hats off, and we will honor America as we do with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's so
onto the speedway and begin to accelerate. They'll come to head flagman Jason Cooper at the flag stand. They'll get the green flag. They'll make a lap. They'll get another green flag. Then they'll get the white, or am I telling it wrong? Green, green. Okay, so they'll get a green, they'll get a white, they'll get a checker. So they'll have about 3/4 of a lap to get up to full speed, accelerate. They'll take the green flag, and that'll trip the timer to start their timed lap. They'll come around and take the white. That'll end that first timed lap. They'll take the checkered. That'll end the second. All right, we'll be off and running here in Junior 1. Again, drivers will come to the speedway. They'll begin to accelerate down the back straightaway. They'll take the green flag from head flagman Jason Cooper. Around they'll go. They'll take the white flag. That'll mark one-timed lap. Around they'll go. They'll take the checkered flag. That'll mark their two-timed lap. So drivers will get two timed laps to set their starting position in tonight's main event. All right, 2 timed laps it is. So here we go. Junior 1. Pole qualifying. On the speedway comes Jackson Reeves, Truro, Iowa, and the number 5. Dayton Van Beek out of Primgar, Iowa, and that number 12. The 3 belongs to Kaylor Ekstrom, Fairmont, Minnesota. Lap 1, Reeves goes 13.586. Van Beek goes 13.508. Ekstrom at 13.057. Final time, Reeves with a 13.214. He's second. Van Beek a 13.287. Ekstrom at 12.802. Kaylor Ekstrom to the provisional pole. Here comes Group 2. It'll start with Hayden Arnold out of Stanhope, Iowa. Arnold will be joined by Colton Brown out of Lee Summit, Missouri. Arnold and Brown, group number 2. Arnold, lap 1 at 13.583. Brown, lap 1, second quick at 13.058. Arnold, a 13.583, still 5th. Here comes Brown. Brown second with a 12.831. He's 3/100ths off the pole. But right now, Brown is on the outside of the front row with he is on in second with Ekstrom still your pole sitter at 12.802. Final group coming. The 95 of Natalia Dennis, Rapid City, South Dakota. And the 05 of Clyde Keenan out of Des Moines, Iowa. Dennis and Keenan to wrap up Junior 1. Stock light drivers, you're next. Lap 1 for Natalia Dennis. A 13.606. Keenan. Third quick at 13.141. Davis goes 13.606 again. Keenum to third at 13.141, his best time on lap 1. Stock light to the starting grid. Stock light. So Kaylor Ekstrom is your pole sitter in Junior 1 with Colton Brown starting in the runner-up spot. And now we'll wait just a moment for the stock light. Those guys had discovered the problem with the scale area apparently at the end of practice, and so most of those guys had their heavy weights on and had to go back to the pits, change it up. Do have a bunch that are ready. So we'll see. There are 14 drivers entered in stock light. Super heavy, you're on deck. Super heavy, you are on deck. Followed by intermediate wing. Intermediate wing drivers were not scheduled to qualify tonight, but they will because of the weather and the track conditions. So motors are starting to get fired on the first of our stock light. Should have about at least 6 groups of stock light drivers with 14 of them entered. Onto the speedway comes the 6 of Declan Whitney out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. He'll be followed by the 9S. That's Reagan Skolton out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. And the 4 of Gavin Gregory out of Laverne, Minnesota. Whitney, Skolton, Gregory. Whitney off the top of turn 4. Skolton's first lap is at 13:083. Gregory's first lap is at 11:81. Gregory goes 11:819. Final pass. Gregory no quicker, but lap 1 was a doozy at 11:819. Skolton at 13:083. Gregory's been on a bit of a roll. Now we'll check on Declan Whitney.
Broke the chain, but he didn't finish. He could still finish. Is that allowed, Adam?
Whitney started his timed run, but he never completed a lap.
He's got 1 lap left, don't he? This will be the white.
So here's Declan Whitney out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. Whitney, lap 1 at 12:801. And I guess that's all he gets is 1 timed lap. All right, one group in. Gavin Gregory with an 11:819 to set the pole. Whitney's second quick at 12:801. Skolton with a 13:083. Here comes the next group. It'll start with Carter Brown out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota in the 19. You've got the 30M of Spencer Johannesson, Rapid City, South Dakota, and the 28 of Tanner LaRue out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Lap 1, Brown 12:346, he's second. LaRue now second at 11:894. Tanner LaRue, quickest of this group, with an 11:846 on his second pass. He's still second. The 11:819 for Gavin Gregory. Right now the pole, Carter Brown third with a 12:322, and then Declan Whitney at 12:801, and Spencer Johannesson at 12:887. That's your top 5. Here comes the next group. Starts with Torrey Wolf, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Reese Whitney, Ham Lake, Minnesota. Wolf and Whitney. Wolf lap 1 at 13:630. Whitney third quick at 12:068. Reese Whitney in the 3 spot. Whitney no quicker on lap 2. Settles into third with that 12:068. Still Gregory, LaRue, Whitney, Brown, and Whitney. Both Reese and Declan Whitney in the top 5 through qualifying so far. Got 6 drivers left to qualify. We start with Eddie Brose. out of Mitchellville, Iowa. Then Tyler Alton out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. And the 00 from Isanti, Minnesota, that's Noah Berglund. Bros. Berglund, quickest of this group, with a 12.326. Bros at 12.483. Alton at 12.497. Berglund up to fourth quick at 12.280. Only two drivers have gone sub 12 so far, Gavin Gregory and Tanner LaRue. Final grouping should have Logan Webb out of Dalton City, Illinois in the 98, Emily Price out of Rapid City, South Dakota in the 88, and Kyle Manderfield out of Mankato, Minnesota in the 12, and there they are. Gavin Gregory at 11.819, the time to beat. Webb goes 12.169, he's fourth. Logan Webb, final pass. He'll settle for that 169. Manderfield into 11th at 13.042. Price to 13th at 13.393. So that'll wrap up our stock light and Laverne, Minnesota's Gavin Gregory with an 11.819 to sit on the pole, followed by Tanner LaRue. Both Gregory and LaRue were the only two drivers to go sub 12 seconds in qualifying. Here comes Super Heavy. Intermediate wing on deck, then then Arbox and Arbox 2 before Unlimited All-Stars. So Super Heavy getting ready for pole qualifying. Should be maybe three groups of two or two groups of three. Let's see how we send them out here in Super Heavy. Looks like Jonathan Hansen, the last to arrive. Johnny scheduled to be in this first group out of New Brighton, Minnesota. It was a big winner last August here. Final race at Golden Spike, part of the AJC program last season. Here we go. Jonathan Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota in that 13. And you've got Nicholas Van Hemert out of Rhinebeck, Iowa, the 33, and Ryan Fink, West Salem, Wisconsin in the 13X. So 13, 33, and 13X. Hansen goes 12, 253. Nicholas Van Hemert goes 13, 244. Fink goes 13, 409. Hansen quicker again, he's sub 12, 11, 929. Jonathan Hansen at 11.929. That's the time to beat in Super Heavy. Intermediate wing, you're up next, then Arbox, followed by Arbox 2. Intermediate wing drivers, transponders should be on the rear wing post. Rear wing post for the intermediate wing. Final group, here comes Dylan McCord out of Springfield, Missouri. Nathan Donahue out of Des Moines, Iowa. Carter Johansson out of Rapid City, South Dakota. McCord goes 12.421. Johansson at 13.192. Donahue at 12.684. So Jonathan Hansen, quickest in Super Heavy at 11.929, followed by McCord and Donahue, Johansson, Van Hemert, and Fink. Intermediate wing pole qualifying. Remember, any intermediate wing drivers, the transponder on the rear wing post, just for intermediate wing drivers. Kaysen Rylson out of Cottonwood, Minnesota, taken up just like his daddy did for a long time. Tony's been a racer for years. I remember him running go-karts, then off into the modified ranks like racers do. They push themselves, and and now here's Tony's son Kaysen to give it a try. He'll be joined by Dominic Weber out of Dresser, Wisconsin. So Rylson and Weber on the clock here in intermediate wing. Little trouble for Weber. Gets it going. Rylson out of turn 4, lap 1, a 13.440. Weber coming to lap 1, a 13.170. Rylson, a 13.236 on lap 2. Final pass for Dominic Weber, and it's a good one, 12.871. Weber goes 12.871. All right, here comes our final pairing in intermediate wing. Leah Reitzel out of Burt, Iowa in the 5L. And Connor Rylson out of Cottonwood, Minnesota in the 7. So the Rylson brothers are hooked up. Lap 1, Reitzel goes 13.343. Lap 1, Connor Rylson goes 13.532. Gotta be sub 13 to sit on the pole. Reitzel goes 13.098. Rylson goes 13.309. So it's Dominic Weber, quickest overall in intermediate wing, followed by Leah Reitzel, and then Kaysen and Connor Rylson. Stay in the wing division with our Arbox and then Arbox 2. 5 drivers in Arbox and then a good field of Arbox 2 drivers where we have 10 drivers entered to go to work on pole qualifying. So here comes that first group. Get them spaced out just a little bit. And they're off. Whitten Connect out of Whitmore, Iowa in the 49W. Remington Kipka out of Foley, Minnesota in the 3R. And Rhett Raymond out of Burton, Iowa in the 5RJ. Kipka puts up a 14.749. Connect goes 18.694. Raymond to 15.025. Remington Kipka to the checkers, and the final pass is a good one at 14.749. Followed by Raymond. And Connect. Raymond no quicker on lap number 2, so he'll settle on that 15.025. Connect with a 17.959 on lap number 2, so getting a little bit quicker with each and every pass. 2 to go in Arbox. Caden Rylson and Oliver Holman. Caden is out of Cottonwood, Minnesota. And Oliver Holmes is out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. Here comes Holmes and Rylson. Oh, don't slow down. There we go. Caden Rylson. Holmes with a 15.400. That's third fastest. Rylson fourth fastest with a 16.370. Caden got it rolling, and all of a sudden he's picking up some speed. Holmes' final pass, his best lap of 15.177. That's still third. Rylson no quicker on lap number 2 than he was on lap 1, so he'll take that 16.370 and start fourth in Arbox. Now we'll get the older of the Arbox drivers. This is Arbox 2, and we have 10 drivers that will attempt to qualify. Start with the 28, Lonnie Duffy out of Winter, South Dakota. That 2 belongs to Case Holmes of Rock Rapids, Iowa. On the stopwatch, looking to complete the first of their 2-lap qualifying session. To the white flag they come. Case time is a 14.331. Duffy goes 15.713. Final pass coming here. Almost no faster than his first lap, so he'll take that 14.331. Duffy does go quicker on the second with a 15.322. Up next, here comes the 10X. That is Daniel Landers out of Olivia, Minnesota. And the 19 of Jacob Devil out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Landers and Devil on the stopwatch. Landers to complete lap 1. He'll jump right to the pole at 14.229. Now Devil to the pole at 13.902. Final pass. Landers with a 14.028. Devil puts a 13. Cannot beat that 13.902, so he'll take that first lap time, and that'll give him the pole for now. Followed by Landers at 14.028, then Holmes at 14.331, and Duffy at 15.322. Here comes the 99K. That is Jacob Core out of North Mankato, Minnesota. And the 23 of Matthew Lloyd out of Little Rock, Iowa. Trouble for Core. Both are on the stopwatch now. They've both taken the green flag. Core, look out, look out! Lloyd with a 15.237. With the spin, Core's lap is 20.268. Final pass coming for Lloyd. And it's a good one, a 14.406. Core will have to stand on his 15.460, his final pass. Wonder how much so Lloyd fourth quick with that 406. And here comes our next pair. We have two more sets. We start with the 49L, that is Landon Connect, Whitmore, Iowa. Other one is the 1R, that is River Graping out of Rock Rapids. We'll see River's brother Reagan coming up in a moment in the final pair. Lap number 1 and Connect is fifth quick at 14.709. Graping into the sixth spot at 14.762. Final time, and Connect to fifth, but that will stand on that 709. Graping, lap number 2, no better than lap number 1, so he'll settle into the sixth spot. They're fifth and sixth. Final pair coming, River Graping's brother Reagan Graping out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, in the 2R. And from Eagle Bend, Minnesota, it'll be the 7M, that is Kaylee Milbrett. So Graping and Milbrett, the final pair in Arbox 2. Here comes Regan Graping. And here's Kaylee Milbrett. So Graping and Milbrett, the final to put up times. Can anybody get inside of Jacob Demmel's 13.902? Matthew Lloyd has come back out as well. Graping, lap 1 is third quick at 14.215. Milbrett is fourth at 14.245. Lloyd is sixth. Final pass for Graping, no faster. Milbrett no better either on her second lap. Lloyd to fifth with a 14.262. And that'll set us up for our UAS qualifying. Jacob Demmel, the only to go under 14 seconds at 13.902. Followed by Landers, Reagan Graping, Kaylee Milbrett, and Matthew Lloyd. Here come our unlimited all-stars to the Speedway. We'll start with the Iowa Ace. Says I've known him for more than 2 decades. Brian Evans Jr. out of Des Moines, Iowa. He'll be joined by Jason Lewis out of Randall, Iowa in the 17. Evans lap 1 is a 12:280. Lewis goes 12:830. Nevins on his final pass goes 12:216. Here comes the 15 of my old friend Don Rasmussen, Omaha, Nebraska. Rasmussen will be joined by Joe Womachill, Carter Lake, Iowa. Rasmussen goes 12:858, lap 1. A 2:16 for Brian Evans Jr. Rasmussen, no better on lap 2. Womachill, lap 1, is second quick at 12:711. So unlimited all-stars pole qualifying. Brian Evans Jr. right now at 12:216. Joe Womachill second quick at 12:711. Then Jason Lewis at 12:829 and Don Rasmussen at 12:858. Halfway home in pole qualifying, and here we come. Here's the 1X. That's Michael Falsgraf, Cedar Falls, Iowa. Michael Falsgraf from Cedar Falls. First lap is a 13:879. Final pass now coming. And it's better than the first at 13:524. On track now comes the 55 of Jeremy Block. And the 4 of Gavin Gregory. Block is out of Lisbon, Iowa. Gregory already with 1 pole to his credit tonight is out there in the number 4. Block goes 13:076, lap 1. Gregory, second quick at 12:401. Block on lap 2, a 12:937. Gregory on his final pass, no better. He'll take that 401 and start second behind Brian Evans Jr. 2 drivers yet to go. Two drivers left.
Oh, you come to relieve me? It's your turn.
Maybe just, no, I see 2 drivers left on the entry sheet. 2 drivers left in scoring. Looks like we're moving on. So no qualifying runs for Blake Chapman or Eddie Brose. And so Brian Evans Jr. will lead the field in UAS, followed by Gavin Gregory, Joe Womachill, Jason Lewis, and Don Rasmussen. So onto the speedway comes Junior 2. we start with Jaden Anderson out of Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81, and Riley Finnegan, Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32, and the 24 in of Nolan Moore out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota. Anderson goes 13.561. Finnegan 12.937. Moore a 13.271. Anderson a 13.479, still third. Finnegan no quicker than he was on lap 1. Moore a 12.963. He's 300ths off the top time. But it's Riley Finnegan out of Osceola, Wisconsin to grab the pole in Group 1. Junior 2 pole qualifying, rookies coming up, then junior wing and stock heavy. So we're getting right through qualifying quickly. All right, here comes the next group. Starts with Cade Barr out of Box Elder, South Dakota, out in the Black Hills. That's 6. The 06 of Gavin Allen, Nicollet, Minnesota. And the 3 belongs to Carter Brown from Elko, New Market. Barr to the pole, lap 1 at 12.218. Now Brown to the pole, sub 12 at 11.897. Carter Brown to the 3. Brown even quicker on his final pass at 11.745. That might be the fastest time we've seen tonight, 7:45, just inside of what Gavin Gregory put up with that 8:19 back in Stock Light. Cade Barr second quick at 12.218, then Riley Finnegan, Nolan Moore, and Gavin Allen. Allen right now 5th with a 9.85. Here comes Ace Wolfgren in the 78 out of Boone, Iowa. Robbie Perino from the 07 out of Nicollet, Minnesota. Bentley Kockelman out of Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63, and Olivia Van Loo out of Hams Prairie, Missouri in the number 19. Perino in the 07 will be the first onto the Speedway. Here he comes. Then Kockelman 63 and Van Loo in the 19. Here we go. Right now, Carter Brown has the fastest time of the day at 11.745. Perino's first time lap is a 14.004. Kockelman to 5th at 12.307. Van Loo to 6th at 12.873. Kockelman to 3rd with a 12.209. Van Loo will settle on that 6th spot with that 12.873, and Perino in 10th at 13.034. Bentley Kockelman out of Harrisburg, South Dakota. I think if he'd had several laps to qualify, you might have seen some really quick times. That time was getting faster with each and every pass. And that'll bring us to our rookie. First time for these guys to probably ever do this. So this is a real new experience. These are our beginners. Junior wing coming up next. Then stock heavy, I believe. We do have one junior UAS, but that junior UAS did not practice. We'll see if they qualify in front of stock heavy. So Junior Wing coming up. Rookie red plates on the Speedway for their qualifying run. 2 groups, I believe. Yep, looks like it. Here comes the first group. Starts with the 78. That is Max Wolfgren out of Boone, Iowa. We just saw his big brother Ace. And that F10, that is Mateo Farnsworth out of Chamberlain, South Dakota. Wolfgren goes 15.145. Farnsworth goes 14.817. Final pass, and Wolfgren no quicker on lap 2, so the 15.145. Farnsworth puts up the best lap at 14.791. So Mateo Farnsworth in the F10, quickest of this pair. 2 to go. Wyatt Jacobson out of Lenox, South Dakota. Wyatt's been watching his dad, Mark, race for years, so no big surprise here. Here comes Wyatt, and he'll be joined by Jamison Finnegan out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. Wyatt Jacobson, sporting his dad's old number at 32. Here he comes, lap 1. Jacobson to the pole with a 14.033. Now Finnegan to the pole at 13.497. Jacobson to the checkers. Goes no faster on lap 2.
That's the
Nor does Finnegan. Both put their best laps up on lap 1. Finnegan and then Jacobson to go 1 and 2 in rookie. That will bring us to stock heavy. We'll get our junior wing first and then stock heavy. And junior wing is our second largest group. There are 17 junior wing drivers in competition, and we start with a third generation racer. His grandpa raced, his dad raced. Here's Reagan Rosaboom, Rock Rapids, Iowa, in the 40. He'll be followed by Cole Earls, Luke Krieger out of Spirit Lake, Iowa in the 2K, and Cole Earls out of Ziering, Iowa in the 18. Rosaboom goes 13.610. Krieger goes 13.731. Earls goes 14.03. Rosaboom with a spin out of 4. Earl's quicker on his second lap at 13.750. Either Rosaboom or Krieger were able to go quicker. Obviously, Rosaboom with the spin. That hurt his time, and Krieger had to adjust. We had that earlier in the Arbox. We'll see whether or not Krieger gets another run at qualifying because of Rosaboom's mishap in front of him. Here comes the next group. It'll start with that 15. That is Colton Brown out of Lee Summit, Missouri. He'll be followed by Callan Lewis in the 77 out of Randall, Iowa. And that's the 7L of Liam Gimbel out of Laverne, Minnesota. Lap 1 for Brown is good enough for the pole at 13.269. Gimbel around a lap to complete lap 1 at 13.81. Colton Brown no quicker on his second pass. Gimbel the second quick at 13.5 13:79. So the top two times turned in out of this group. Colton Brown in that 15 with a 13:269. And Liam Gimbel out of Laverne, Minnesota in that Herman Motors machine with a 13:579. Rosaboom third quick, then Krieger and Earl. Here comes Reagan Griefing out of Rock Rapids, Iowa in that 2R. You've got the 5R, that's Ryland Reitzel out of Burt, Iowa. And that 26 of Dominic Weber. And Dominic's out of Dresser, Wisconsin. Reitzel to the pole at 12:655. Weber second quick at 13:191. Ryland Reitzel in the 5R with a 12:655 to grab the pole, followed by Weber, Brown, Gimbel, and Rosaboom, your top five. Graping with a 13:891. That's right now good enough for 8. Here comes your next group. It'll start with the 1R of Rayson Sheehan out of Gettysburg, South Dakota. You got the 11 of Jackson Godfrey, Ironton, Minnesota, and the 10J of Jackson Balderas. Godfrey, 13:564 is fourth. Balderas in the 10th spot at 6:03. Final pass is coming. Godfrey, quickest of that group in that number 11 at 13:301 is currently fourth. Sheehan in the 1R at 13:866 is ninth. Balderas in the 10J at 14:092 is currently 11th. Couple more groups to go here in junior wing. Then stock heavy. On the speedway comes the 7M. That's Kaylee Milbritt, Eagle Bend, Minnesota. The 316, that's Maddox Baker, Beaver Creek, Minnesota. And the 21M belongs to Owen Malgren out of Woodville, Wisconsin. Milbritt 10th, 8th quick at 13:744. Baker 7th quick at 13:703. So Milbritt and Baker both into the top 10. Maddox in that 7th spot with that 13:703, and Kaylee into the 9th spot at 13:744. Malgram's best time, a 16:863 on lap 1. Well, let's keep an eye on the top of the speed chart, because here comes the 19 of Jacob Demmel, Owatonna, Minnesota. He's got 1. And Kaysen Rylson, Cottonwood, Minnesota, in the 69. And the 15, that is Colton Brown. Gamble third quick on lap 1 at 13:271. Now Brown to fourth quick at 13:273. Carlson in the 12th spot with a 13.751. No change at the top, still Rylan Reitzel and Dominic Weber, Colton Brown and Jacob Demmel. Jackson Godfrey are top 5. And that'll wrap up qualifying in junior wing. And that'll bring us to the final class of qualifying. That is our stock heavy division. And this is our biggest group on the afternoon. There are 19 drivers. 19 drivers coming here. Looking for pole qualifying position. And we'll start them out. That's the 68 of Carter Johannesson, Rapid City, South Dakota. The 118 of Nate Donahue, Des Moines, Iowa. The 9S, that's Reagan Skolton out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. First time laps coming up. Johannesson goes 13.481. Donahue at 13.192. Skolton to the pole at 12.500. Nobody quicker. Skolton quicker on lap 2 at 12.193. Both Johannesson and Donahue will set with their lap 1 times. But Reagan Skolton out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, to the provisional pole. Here comes group 2. Could be a pretty good one. Should be, and is, the 41 of Stevie Smith, Des Moines, Iowa. The 4 of Gavin Gregory, already with 1 pole tonight, out of Laverne, Minnesota. And that 6 belongs to Declan Whitney out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. Smith, Gregory, and Whitley. Stevie lap 1, second quick, 12.467. Gregory lap 1 to the pole, a 12.052. Whitney, fourth quick at 5.12. Final pass, and Gregory goes sub 12 at 11.996. Stevie Smith with a 12.467. Whitney at 12.270. So Gregory now the pole sitter. And here comes the next group. It'll start with Spencer Johannesson in the 30M out of Rapid City, South Dakota. The 13 of Jonathan Hansen, New Brighton, Minnesota. And the 327 of Mark Jacobson, Lenox, South Dakota. First on the stopwatch. Johannesson is third quick at 12.248. Hansen to the pole at 11.655. Jonathan Hansen puts that bright red 13 on the pole. Mark Jacobson, seventh quick with a 12.575. But Hansen with an 11.553. Gregory second quick at 11.996. Only 2 drivers so far sub 12. Off comes the next group. Looked like it was going to start with Eddie Brose, but it looks like Eddie had trouble. The 28 of Tanner LaRue, O'Fallon, Missouri, the 28T. The 00 of Noah Berglund, Dasani, Minnesota. And that 16 belongs to Corey Wolf out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. On the stopwatch, LaRue, second quick at 11:09.64. Berglund now second quick at 11:09.58. LaRue back to second quick at 11:07.14. Berglund into third at 11:09.58. Tanner LaRue, second quick in that 2018. And Noah Berglund right there, third quick at 11:09.58. Jonathan Hansen still 11:05.53. The fastest time of the day for the young man out of New Brighton, Minnesota. Here comes Reese Whitney, Ham Lake, Minnesota in the 5. Logan Webb, Dalton City, Illinois in the 98. Whitney, second quick at 11:05.99. Webb into the 6th spot. Dylan McCord to 4th. Whitney quicker again on lap 2, but not enough to take the pole. McCord now to the 2 spot at 11:05.70. Dylan McCord out of Springfield, Missouri to the 2 spot at 11:05.70, and he's still 200ths off of Hansen's qualifying time. Here comes Eddie Brose, Mitchellville, Iowa. Eddie will be joined by Jake Robb out of Nicollet, Minnesota. Brose and Robb. Eddie Brose, lap 1. He's 5th quick at 11:07.82. Robb 12th at 12:294. Now Brose to the pole with the fastest time of the day at 11:05.28. Eddie Brose at 11:05.28. Jake Robb to 8th quick at 12:03.034. Brose on his final pass with that 5:28. Here comes the 2 of Aaron Catterbeck, Jackson, Minnesota, and the 30 of Tyler Alton out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. Final sets of qualifying times. Has somebody got something inside of what Eddie Brose put up, a 5:28? Catterback 16th at 13:086. Alton 15th quick at 12:07.39. Catterback and Alton, neither will challenge, and so Fast Eddie Brose will grab the stock heavy pole with the fastest lap turned in here today at 11:05.28. So Brose grabs the pole in stock heavy, and qualifying is complete. Our championship main events are up next.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Junior 1 drivers, let's be making our way to the starting grid. Our championship main events will roll off in approximately 5 minutes. Junior 1 drivers to the head of the grid for your main event. Stock light drivers, be getting ready. You're up second. Super heavy, you go third. Junior 1s to the head of the grid for your first championship A main. Final call, Speedway officials, back to your positions, please. Junior 1s to the starting grid. Final call for Junior 1. Speedway officials, back to your positions. Final call for Junior 1 drivers to the head of the grid for your main event. Stock light drivers, you're on deck. Stock light, you are on deck. Final call on Junior 1s for your main event. Final call, Junior 1 for your championship main event. Final call, Junior 1s to the head of the grid for your main event. Final call, Junior 1s to the head of your grid. Stock light drivers, you're up next. Stock light, let's be moving in. As soon as those Junior 1 drivers leave that grid to go to the speedway, stock light drivers move in. So here comes our Junior 1 Mid-America 25-lap championship main event, and the field will start like this. Starting 7th out of Rapid City, South Dakota, driving the number 95, it's Natalia Dennis. Starting 6th in the 32X out of Stanhope, Iowa, it's Hayden Arnold. Starting 5th in the number 12 out of Primgar, Iowa, it is Dayton Van Beek. Starting 4th in the number 5 out of Truro, Iowa, it's Jackson Reeves. Starting 3rd in the 05 out of Des Moines, Iowa, it's Clyde Keenan. Starting 2nd in the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri, it is Colton Brown. And starting on the pole out of Fairmont, Minnesota, driving the number 3, it is Kaylor Ekstrom. Ekstrom, Brown, Keenan, Reeves, Van Beek, Arnold, and Dennis. Your running order. For Junior 1. Junior 1 Mid-America field
Right there, straight that angle.
sliding itself onto the starting grid. 7 drivers for 25 laps the distance. Last minute tire wipe quickly.
And I will give them one.
Trying to give that extra piece of an advantage there for Kaylor Ekstrom, your pole sitter out of Fairmont, Minnesota, just a few miles down the road. A reminder, drivers and crews, the start line is on the entrance to turn 3. When the field is coming to the green flag will be in the air when the leader hits that white line in turn 3.
So what class is this? We're starting with.
So the field now starting to set carts down. All right, guys, let's get them on the ground.
Some live race classes. Also connected
Again, a reminder, drivers, that start line is out there in turn 3, on the entrance to turn 3. That's where the race will begin. Not coming out of 2, not partway down the back straightaway. When the leader hits that line in turn 3, it's Katie bar the door and go, 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 go. A 25-lap main event here in Junior 1. Again, it's Kaylor Ekstrom from Fairmont, Minnesota in the 3 on the pole, followed by Colton Brown in the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri. Then it's Des Moines, Iowa's Clyde Keenan in the 05. Truro, Iowa's Jackson Reeves in the 5. Primgar, Iowa's Dayton Van Beek in the 12. Stanhope, Iowa's Hayden Arnold in the 32X. And Rapid City, South Dakota's Natalia Dennis in the 95. Field set by qualifying. Tomorrow, when we go back to our regular series format, we'll add our heat races back in. We'll have a dash for the pole, It won't be necessarily set by time. Qualifying will determine the heat race lineups. Odd numbers in heat race 1, even numbers in heat race 2. Depending upon the number of heat races, the top 2 finishers in the heat will then head for the dash. All right, motors are firing on the grid, and we're ready for 25 green flag laps. They'll get a single lap, kind of a warm-up lap, and then our head flagman, Jason Cooper, out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, will turn them loose. Folks watching at home on MBTV, we're glad to have you along tonight. We're going to try and give you one nasty, good, exciting go-kart show here this evening, and hopefully you're following along. Click the like button, subscribe. For crying out loud, subscribe to the channel too. You'll love the racing action that the MBTV crew gives you. All right, start finish line going into place. A little bit more to the left. Where's the loop at? About right there. Okay, right in front of me. All right, I like that. There we go. So the start line is on, the finish line is set, the carts are running, and we're ready for the first main event of the night. Who will find their way to victory lane for the first time in 2025? We're going to find out here in about 25 laps. There'll be single file nose to tail. Here we go. Hang on, we may have a bit of an issue with the staff radios to clear the lineup. Again, we welcome everybody to the 2025 edition of the AJC Mid-America Series. The opening weekend of competition are here at Golden Spike Speedway in beautiful Blue Earth, Minnesota. Single file, they'll come. Cooper will give them 1 to go as they come to the start-finish. They'll come to the finish line. Kaylor Ekstrom out of Fairmont in that black number 3. Colton Brown out of Missouri in that 15. Then Keenan, Reeves, Van Beek, Arnold, and Dennis. This track has come a mile and a half since earlier in the day. Brett and his crew here have worked and worked and worked, and this is the result, and here we go. Green flag will be in the air. Ekstrom will set the pace. Down. Nobody can go until he hits that start-finish line, that start line. Ekstrom off the gap and running. We're going green, green, green off of turn number 4. Single file down. Here comes Brown looking. Had a little bit of help to the inside. Comes Reeves. Jackson Reeves on the move quickly. Now Brown to the race lead. Colton Brown and Jackson Reeves running 1 and 2. Ekstrom's going to get shuffled all the way back to 6th spot. Colton Brown, Jackson Reeves. Then it's Van Beek and Arnold. Keep your eye on that 32. Now here comes Reeves for the lead. Jackson Reeves in the 5 out front. Reeves, Brown, and coming in a hurry is Arnold. Arnold closing the gap. You can see him just reeling in the lead 2 in that 32. Jackson Reeves holds the advantage. Remember, this is 25 laps the distance. The pole sitter Ekstrom well off the pace now, running dead last on the field. And Ekstrom will be in danger of being lapped here shortly. Jackson Reeves and Colton Brown. And now they've pulled away a little bit from Arnold. And Ekstrom, who started on the pole, is gone. Jackson Reeves and Colton Brown still running 1 and 2, with Hayden Arnold in that third spot. Battle for fourth and fifth back there. That's Keenan and Van Beek. Keenan in the 05 and Van Beek in the 12. Move over flag going to come here for the 95 of Natalia Dennis out of Rapid City as Reeves and Brown close the gap. Again, the move over flag from Jason Cooper. She'll pull to the inside. Fellas will have a chance to get around her on the out, but not do. Now, Reeves on the inside, and they'll both get by, and that'll help Arnold. Arnold into the mix, halfway home. Cross flags, and now they are 1, 2, and 3 nose to tail. Jackson Reeves out wide off of 2. Brown to the inside. Brown will bring Arnold with him. Reeves from first to third. Colton Brown now your leader, followed by Arnold. Now Hayden Arnold looking for the lead. Arnold inside, got it down into 1. Brown off the pace. Reeves goes by. Arnold still your leader, coming up now on Van Beek. Hayden Arnold started this event back in 6th spot, but now your leader. Around Van Beek he goes. Reeves running second. Brown runs third. Keenan runs fourth, but about to be a lap down. Hayden Arnold out in front, having trouble getting around Keenan. That may help Reeves and Brown. Here they come. Now Arnold gets by. Only the top 3 are on the lead lap. Reeves to the inside of Keenan. Brown coming as well. And both of them rolling in on Arnold. Arnold with about 3 car lengths. Out in front of Reeves. Brown again with a look inside. We got 5 to go. 20 down, 5 to go. Brown now to the inside on Reeves. Hayden Arnold, followed by Colton Brown, and then Jackson Reeves. It'll be 2 to go for Arnold this time, off of 4. Arnold, Brown, and Reeves. Arnold clears Keenan. Brown does as well. White flag will fly. One more time for Hayden Arnold. Final trip around. Arnold clear sailing now. Into 3. Off of 4. Double checkers in the air for Stanhope, Iowa's Hayden Arnold. Arnold wins it, followed by Brown and Reeves. And Hayden Arnold will head for victory lane. A little thumbs up between Arnold and Brown. What a run for Hayden Arnold. Started 6th and comes all the way home to win it. Hayden's going to hop out, pulls into victory lane. All right. So Hayden Arnold out of Stanhope, Iowa, drives from 6th home to win it. He takes the lead in the back half and never gave it up as they celebrate in victory lane. Nicely done. And that'll bring us to our first 30 lap main event. This is stock light, and they'll start like this. Starting 14th, driving the 16 out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, it's Corey Wolf. Starting 13th, driving the 88 out of Rapid City, South Dakota, it's Emily Price. Starting 12th, driving the 9S from Cedar Falls, Iowa, it's the 12 of Reagan Skolton. Starting 11th, in the 12 out of Mankato, Minnesota, it's Kyle Manderfeld. Starting 10th, in the 30M out of Rapid City, South Dakota, it's Spencer Johannesson. Starting 9th, in the 6 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, it's Declan Whitney. Starting 8th, the 30 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, the A is Tyler Alton. Starting in the 7th spot, the 119 out of Mitchellville, Iowa, of Fast Eddie Bros. Starting 6th, the 19 out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota, Carter Brown. Starting 5th, the 00N out of Isanti, Minnesota, of Noah Berglund. Starting 4th, the 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois, of Logan Webb. Starting 3rd, the 5 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, of Reese Whitney. Starting 2nd, the 28T out of O'Fallon, Missouri, of Tanner LaRue. And starting on the pole, the 4 out of Laverne, Minnesota, of Gavin Gregory. This is stock light. This is 30 laps. This is green flag racing, going green, green, green. And now the caution comes out. Cooper apparently did not like the start there, so we'll try it again. Field's going to get 1 to go. They won't go green until the next time around. Gregory LaRue. Whitney, Webb, and Berglund, your top 5. Then Brown, Brose, Alton, Whitney, Johannesson, Manderfeld, Skolton, Price, and Wolf. 14 drivers for 30 laps. Looks like we might have had a lineup issue. Nope, something with Reagan Skolton's 9S. All right, whatever it is, it's been corrected. Skolton is good to go. And will move his way around to join the field. He'll pull past Wolf and Manderfield. There we go. And tuck right in front of Price. Behind Manderfield and in front of Price. So the field gets the 1 to go. Gavin Gregory out in front. Tanner LaRue will have that 2nd spot. Then Whitney, Webb, and Berglund, your top 5. And here we go for 30 green flag laps. 30 to go. Everybody to the green flag, and we're off and running. Green, green, green out of turn number 4. Single file, nose to tail. LaRue and Whitney right with Gregory. They open up by a gap. Now Gregory gives up the inside. Can't get there. LaRue tried to grab it, but he couldn't get there, and Gregory shut him down. Here comes Fast Eddie Bros. Bros and Brown on the move. The 19 and the 119. Bros to 2nd. Up on the wheel of Gregory. Now Bros to the race lead. Brown into 3rd. And now it's Bros and Brown running 1 and 2. Gregory back to 3rd. LaRue runs 4th. Eddie Bros pulling away. Carter Brown running 2nd. Gregory and LaRue continue the battle for 3rd. Now LaRue to the inside, and Gregory's hung out. He'll lose 3. He may lose more than that. He'll lose 4 spots. He'll drop a full straightaway and now just keeps dropping like a rock. Price off pace. She's out. Emily Price takes the 88 out. Gavin Gregory coming off as well. Gregory, the pole sitter, is gone. 2 races, 2 pole sitters who didn't make it 5 laps. Wow, this thing has really taken a turn for those guys who started fast. Alden coming off. Bros and Brown just cruising. I mean, they're out for a Friday night drive and just kicking the tar out of everybody. Bros has got almost a half a lap lead now. He does have a half a lap. He and Brown are a half a lap in front of Tanner LaRue, who right now runs third, but he can't hardly see Eddie Bros. He's so far out. Bros now starting to work and close on the back of the field. Oh, got a spin. Price up top of turn 4. Got a Kart off the top. Caution is going to come out. So the caution will come out, and that'll wipe out a half a lap lead that Eddie Bros had at the front of this field. He and Carter Brown were making a mockery of Stock Light. I mean, they were just driving away. So Logan Webb with some trouble on the backside in the 98. The young Illinois driver back up. He'll need an assist. And our race director, Jade Schott, helps him get restarted. Webb to the tail. So around the field will come. Scores will check to make sure that the lineup is correct. A little bit of I believe it's good. Bros and Brown. LaRue. Whitney and Whitney. Declan and Reese Whitney right there, the 6 and the 5. Declan's made the move from that deep starting spot. He started 9th and now up into the top 4. Eddie Bros and Carter Brown. Tanner LaRue and Declan Whitney. Reese Whitney. And then Kyle Manderfeld. Manderfeld is 5th, started 11th. Is 6th, actually, started 11th. Off we go again, going green. Bros and Brown. Carter Brown and Eddie Bros. Eddie Bros now out front in the 119X. And then Carter Brown. Tanner LaRue runs 3rd. They jostle for spots in the back, coming to halfway. 15 down and 15 to go. Eddie Bros and Carter Brown. Tanner LaRue and Declan Whitney. And then Manderfield. Kyle Manderfeld in that 12, sitting there in 5th. Again, Bros and Brown begin to pull away at the front of the field as they did early on. Fast Eddie Bros. Carter Brown, they've got a pull straightaway now on LaRue, Whitney, and Manderfeld. This time by, there'll be 10 to go. 20 down and 10 to go. It's been Brown and Bros, and now they'll battle each other. Brown back to the lead. Carter Brown in the 19. Back out in front. Eddie Bros stays second. This is a two-car race. Nobody else anywhere in the picture. LaRue is a full straightaway back, followed by Whitney, Manderfield, and Corey Wolf. Wolf making a good run from starting dead last. Up into fifth now, into the sixth spot, behind Manderfield. Brown and Bros coming up on the back of the field. And Johannesson. Problems now for Tanner LaRue. LaRue slowing and coming off. As Brown and Bros work their way through lap traffic. Whitney comes off. Two laps to go. Brown, Bros. Now who's gonna get it? Bros back inside. Eddie Bros to the race lead. Bros, Brown, white flag, one to go. Down the back straightaway. It's been a two-car race. It'll be Eddie Bros to the double checkers and the feature win. In Stack Light, Carter Brown will come home second. Declan Whitney will come home third, followed by Kyle Manderfeld, Corey Wolf, all right, we're going to move Eddie down. Come on, Eddie, you've been to victory lane enough times. You ought to know where it goes. Oh, now you got to put the other side out. That's the dinged up ball side there. All right. Here comes victory lane. And fast Eddie Bros pulling the gloves off. Receiving congratulations. He and Carter Brown, boy, what a show that was. There we go. Fast Eddie Bros out of Mitchellville, Iowa, your winner in Stock Light. Between he and Carter Brown, they dominated that field and lapped their way up. Here comes our super heavy final. The big fellas are going to go 30 laps. And they'll start like this. Starting sixth, the 13X out of West Salem, Wisconsin, Ryan Fink. Starting fifth, the 33 out of Rhinebeck, Iowa, Nicholas Van Hermit. Starting in the fourth spot, the 68 out of Rapid City, South Dakota, Carter Johannesson. Starting third, the 118, Des Moines, Iowa, Nathan Donahue. Starting second, the 26T, Springfield, Missouri, that's Dylan McCord. And starting on the pole from New Brighton, Minnesota, That is Jonathan Hansen, and we're up and running green for 30 laps. Hansen and McCord at the front of this field. They were after each other a year ago at the end of the season, right here on this very same racetrack. Jonathan was able to prevail. Hansen starting to stretch it out now just a little bit. 4, maybe 5 kart lengths. The distance is 0.8 of a second. That's what 0.8 of a second looks like there. Jonathan Hansen trying to stretch it out over McCord. Donahue running in 3rd. Johannesson in the 4th spot. And then Van Hermit running 5th in front of Fink. Hansen has now stretched it to a full second, about a half a straightaway. Trouble for Nicholas Van Hermit. He'll pull the 33 off. Hansen and McCord running 1 and 2. And now Ryan Fink will come off. Fink brings the 13X off the speedway as he was about to go a lap down. Meanwhile, Jonathan Hansen just cruising out front. Almost 2 seconds up now. 1.88 for Jonathan at the front of the field. Hansen now has stretched it up over 2 seconds on McCord. Jonathan at 2.5 seconds now out in front. That's a full straightaway. Jonathan Hansen out in front. The entry sheet says Johnny, but I've always known him as Jonathan. He and his brother used to race together with their dad. I saw Doug again earlier today. Oh, trouble for Johannesson as Jonathan Hansen goes to his inside, and the caution is going to come out. Johannesson sitting up there at the top of turn 4. I don't know if he got up just a little too high, and then around she went. But he's able to get it righted, and that'll close the gap down. Hansen had over a 3-second advantage before that caution. That's all gone. Just 4 of the 6 karts remain. Coming back to the green, and Hansen will lead him off of turn 4 with McCord right there. Quick move for Johannesson to the outside on Donahue. That's not the easy way to get around, and he cannot make the pass. Has to tuck back in behind him. Hansen stretching that lead back out. Has opened up almost a second now. We're coming to the halfway point. The big boys are 15 laps in with 15 laps to go. 15 down and 15 to go. It's been all Jonathan Hansen. And Hansen has consistently been running 12-0 numbers time-wise. A second and a half now the lead. Donahue going to go a lap down and pull off, I believe. Yeah, he's got a mechanical issue there. Well, he's got a flat tire. And So just 3 of the 6 that started remain. And Johannesson's about to go a lap down to Jonathan Hansen. Way out wide for Johannesson, off of 4. Hansen clears him. And now Johannesson up high, spins out again, but he'll keep it going. We stay green as we go inside of 10. Now Johannesson will come off, and now it's down to 2. We started with 6, 2 remain. Jonathan Hansen has led every single lap, and now his lead is 4 seconds on Dylan McCord. The gap is 4.5 now, 4.4. Jonathan Hansen with 5 to go. Hansen on cruise control now. His lead has ballooned to over 5 seconds now on Dylan McCord. It'll be 2 to go, this time by for Jonathan Hansen. Hansen down the back straightaway with a lead of 6 seconds now on McCord to the white flag. One more time around. He never trailed for 1 single second, and he'll win it by over 6 seconds. Jonathan Hansen to the double checkers, and your win in Super Heavy. He wins by 6.8 seconds. I mean, he didn't just win. That was a whooping right there is what that was. That was a whooping right there in Super Heavy. Jonathan parks it in the grass in Victory Lane, picking up right where he left off a year ago on this very speedway when he won the stock heavy title at the end of last season. So in Victory Lane, Jonathan Hansen picks up the win. And we get ready for the first of our wing kart finals. This is intermediate wing. This is 15 laps, and this will be the first of our side-by-side starts. So double file start and they will start like this. That back row are the Rylesons. That is Connor from Cottonwood, Minnesota in the 7, and Kaysen from Cottonwood in the 69. The front row on the outside, that's Leah Reutzel out of Burt, Iowa in the 5L. And on the pole, that is Dominic Weber from Dresser, Wisconsin. So it's Weber, Reutzel, Ryleson, and Ryleson. And we're off and running, going green. And the field gets sorted out, single file. Weber and Reutzel going 1, 2. Leah trying to find that way to stay close. This one 15 laps the distance. Up next, we stay in the wings. Our Arbox final coming up, then Arbox 2. Dominic Weber out in front of Leah Reutzel. And then the Rylson, Kaysen and Connor. Kaysen sporting Dad's old number, the 69. Remember when Tony used to run that in go-karts a number of years ago? Kept that same number when he moved into the modified ranks. Weber maintains the advantage on Reutzel. Leah closing the gap just a little bit, down to 0.2 of a second. Let's see if Reitzel from Bird, Iowa's got something for Weber. Loses a little ground that time. Now 0.3 of a second. We're halfway home. 7 down, 8 to go. Dominic Weber has opened it up now to 0.4 of a second on Leah Reitzel. Oh, look out. Kaysen Rylson down inside. Gets it going. Still a full straightaway in front of the leader. Five to go now for Weber. 10 down and 5 to go. Weber and Reitzel stay 1 and 2. Connor Rylson right now running third. Kaysen Rylson running fourth. Weber's opened up about 0.7 of a second now on Reitzel. Weber coming to 2 to go now. Out in front of Reitzel by a full second. White flag in the air for Dominic Weber. Weber, who started at the pole, just kept slowly pulling away from Leah Reitzel. And Dom will bring it home to the checkers in the win. Reitzel home second. Connor Rylson will come home third. Kaysen Rylson will come home in fourth. So Dominic Weber coming out of the cart. Coming up next is our Arbox final. 15 laps the distance. And there we go. Dominating run for Dominic Weber in that number 26 as he wins our intermediate wing final, going wire to wire. That'll set us up for our Arbox Mid-America A feature. 15 laps the distance, and the field will start like this. Starting fifth, the 49W out of Whitmore, Iowa. That is Witten Connect. In the 4 spot out of Cottonwood, Minnesota, the 24 of Caden Rylson. Starting third, the 2H out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. That's Oliver Hummons. Starting second, 5RJ out of Burt, Iowa. That is Rhett Raymond. And leading the field, the green flag tonight will be the 3R out of Foley, Minnesota. That is Remington Kipka. Kipka, Raymond, Thomas, Rylson, and Connect. 15 laps the distance. Arbox. Arbox 2 final coming up next. Arbox 2 drivers, you're up next. Then UAS. So here we go. Kipka and Raymond. Holmes, Rylson, and Connect. Field's going to get the 1 to go. To the start line they come. The green flag is in the air. Kipka lead them off of 4. Raymond, Holmes, and Rylson. Remington, Kipka in that 3R. Holds the advantage. They come around to complete 1. Rylson now slowing just a little bit. Caden now getting it going as Kipka comes around Connect. Put him a lap down. Rylson would be next. Raymond comes as well. Gets to the outside of Rylson. Puts Caden a lap down. And now Rylson off track to the infield, and the caution has come out for Caden Rylson. Kipka, Raymond, Holmes, Rylson, and Connect. Rylson gets it going with a little assist down to the infield. He comes and will so we'll line them back up. We'll line them up single file on a restart. Just a we go to the real start. So we'll need to get Raymond inside. Arbox 2 final coming up next. All right, everybody's set. Single file, we're back at it. Going green. Rylson gets a good start, gets around Holmes. Kipka still your leader out in front. Holds the advantage on Raymond. Battle now for third. Rylson and Holmes. That battle. Holmes looking to the inside. Got him. Leaders coming back up on Connect. Put him a lap down. Won't get him till they come off of turn 4 probably. Yep, there we go. Connect moves out. Kipka gets through. Raymond goes around on the outside. Holmes has worked back into third. We're down to the final. We're down to halfway. 7 down, 8 to go. Kipka, your leader from the start. followed by Raymond, Holmes, and Rylson. And now Rylson to the outside on Holmes, trying to get around. Oh, look out. Kipka and Rylson come together. And now Connect has got some issues. Look out. He's coming off. You can see that might have bent that axle just a little bit. That rear tire on the right side was really wobbling. 5 to go now. Kipka with a full straightaway on Raymond. Rylson and Holmes. Two to go now for Kipka. 2 laps to go for Remington Kipka. Followed by Raymond, Rylson, and Hall. Final time around now for Remington Kipka. Down the back straightaway. Nothing but the double checkers in sight. Kipka, your winner in Arbox. Followed by Raymond. Holmes and Rylson. Kipka will head to victory lane. There we go. Remington Kipka out of Foley, Minnesota. Your pole sitter goes wire to wire to pick up the win. Reminder, drivers and crews, as we get to the halfway point of our championship main events tonight. Again, a reminder, if you are running again tomorrow, make sure that you check your transponder, keep it charged, make sure it's good to go. Hang on to that, and you'll use the same transponder tomorrow. Nice victory lane shots there of Remington Kipka, your winner tonight in Arbox. Now Arbox 2, the older of the next step up for these drivers. Starting at Arbox, the different colored restrictor plate, and then Arbox 2, the blue restrictor plate. Here's how the Arbox 2 feature will start. Starting 10th out of North Mankato, Minnesota, the 99K of Jacob Core. Starting 9th from Winter, South Dakota, the 28 of Annie Duffy. Starting 8th, the 1R out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, of River Graping. Starting 7th, the 49L out of Whitmore, Iowa, of Landon Connect. Starting 6th, the 2 out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, of Case Holmes. Starting 5th, the 23 out of Little Rock, Iowa, of Matthew Lloyd. Starting 4th, the 7M out of Eagle Bend, Minnesota, of Kaylee Milbritt. Starting in the 3rd spot, the 2R out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, of Reagan Graping. Starting 2nd, the 10X out of Olivia, Minnesota, of Daniel Landers. And starting on the pole, the 19 out of Owatonna, Minnesota, of Jacob Demmel. Demmel and Landers ready to go. 15 laps. Arbox 2 going green. Look out, Lloyd in the infield. And a caution will come out, and we'll try that restart again. Matthew Lloyd ends up on the infield. Lloyd cleared from the infield. Now will have to make his way to the lineup. Matthew will pull to the high. Nope, he'll head off. He started off, but Crew's going to check and put him back in at the back of the field. He was just coming off of turn 4 when he headed to the when he got turned into the infield. So Lloyd will move back alongside of Connect, and now we're going to have to stop him and make sure we got him lined up. I hope our folks at home who couldn't make it out to Blue Earth tonight are enjoying our broadcast on MBTV. Make sure to like the page, click on the subscription button, follow us all the time. You'll see all of our AJC events throughout the course of the summer on MBTV. We want to make note to those folks watching on MBTV that we have lost our live timing and scoring. And in typical UAS fashion, we start with more than we always finish with. Gregory pulling away. Up now 1.3 seconds on Chapman and closing in on Don Rasmussen at the back of the field. Gregory can start to see him now. Whether or not he can catch him in the final 7, we'll find out. Gregory continues to pull away from Chapman, and now he'll get the 5 to go. Five to go now for Gavin Gregory. Move over flag for Rasmussen. No problem. Gregory gets through. Donnie continues on. He's gonna take that third place finish and the points that go along with it. Gregory now almost 2 seconds in front of Chapman. Coming to 2 to go for Gavin Gregory. 2 to go for Gregory. White flag will be in the air this time. One more time around. Down the back straightaway. Through 3, off of 4, double checkers in the air. Gavin Gregory, your winner in Unlimited All-Stars. Blake Chapman home second, and Don Rasmussen comes home in third. So Gavin Gregory picks up the UAS win. And he'll head for victory lane. Chapman stops. Victory lane comes to Gavin Gregory. Dad Mike out there to help with the start on that animal motor, I believe, that Gavin's got. And in victory lane, Gavin Gregory, your winner tonight in Unlimited All-Stars. That'll turn our attention to our Junior 2 Mid-America Final, and it will be 25 laps the distance. And they will start like this, starting 12th from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Starting 11th from Rapid City, South Dakota, the 14 of Jace Motzing. Starting 10th from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. Starting 9th from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 06 of Gavin Allen. Starting 8th from Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the 24N of Nolan Moore. Starting 7th from Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. Starting 6th from Hams Prairie, Missouri, the 19 of Olivia Van Loo. Starting 5th from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgren. Starting 4th from Box Elder, South Dakota, the 6 of Cade Barr. Starting 3rd from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63 of Bentley Kockelman. Starting 2nd from Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. And starting on the pole from Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. Carter Brown, Henry Arnold, Bentley Kockelman, Cade Barr, and Ace Wolfgren, your top 5. This is 25 laps the distance here in Junior 2. Head flagman Jason Cooper ready for the green flag to get them started. Carter Brown off and running, followed by Arnold, Conkelman, Barr, and Wolfgren. Nose to tail, that front two. Half a kart lane back. Conkelman, Wolfgren now into the 4 spot. Olivia Van Loo coming to that 19 now. Van Loo to the inside on Wolfgren. She's into 4. Brown opening it up just a little bit on Arnold and Conkelman. Look out. The 06 of Gavin Allen off the speedway, went sliding, trying to get out of harm's way, but that's a pretty tough spot when that's the exit of the racetrack and it's partially blocked. So the caution comes out for Gavin Allen. Field all set and ready to come back around. Brown, Arnold, Conkelman, Van Loo, and Wolfgren, your top 5. Then Finnegan and Barr. Barr has fallen back just a little bit. Cade started in that 4 spot and has now dropped back to 7th. So let's see if Barr can find a little something, maybe work his way back up as we go back to green. 2 laps down of 25. Carter Brown out in front. Henry Arnold running second. Henry already saw Hayden pick up the win early. Match here in Junior 2. But Brown opening it up just a little bit in that front 2 now, pulling away from Bentley Conkelman in that 63. Olivia Van Loo running in the 4 spot. Liv trying to get into the mix here. Got a pretty good run going. Started in 6th, up a couple of spots to 4. Arnold now trying to run back in. Trouble for Moore. Nolan Moore takes the 24 in off the speedway. Brown, Arnold, and Conkelman now. Fairly tightly bunched, so they've pulled away from Van Loo, and now she's up high, way high off of 2. Wolfgren gets by. 10 of 25 are now complete. 10 laps down as the leader come up in the back of the field. That's Anderson, Barr, Motzik. Brown halfway home now. 12 down, 13 to go. Brown, Arnold, Conkelman now. They're all nose to tail through the lap traffic. Arnold looking for the pass. Arnold inside, no, can't get there. Conkelman's in the mix as well. We're going to get some fun now. Here they come. Brown, Arnold, Conkelman. Conkelman helping Arnold. Brown way out high. Conkelman spins. Top of the racetrack. Brown as well. And the caution will come out. Kaufman was right on the backside of Henry Arnold. They both went inside of Brown. Arnold came off of 4 with the advantage, and then Kaufman and Brown both slide a little bit up. Really, I don't think there was much contact there. They just ended up, Brown just ended up a little farther out in that corner than he intended and ended up coming around, and Kaufman had the same. So the field will get reset. Carter Brown looks like he'll take the 3 off. He's looking back at that left rear as if he may have a tire issue as well after that spin. Arnold and Kaufman work together to get past Brown. And the 81 of Anderson coming off now 2. We are 14 of 25 complete. 14. Yeah. 14 of 25. So we have 11 to go. Henry Arnold and Bentley Kaufman running 1-2. Then Ace Wolfgren, Riley Finnegan, Robbie Perino, Olivia Van Loo, Kaufman now to the inside on Arnold. Bentley Kaufman to the race lead. Kaufman out front. Arnold running second. Wolfgren runs third. Van Loo up to fourth. Then Perino and Finnegan. Kaufman started third, had been there most of the way, then helped push Arnold to the inside of Carter Brown to help Arnold get the lead. Then he and Brown ended up spinning. Brown with the contact on Kaufman. Kaufman holding the advantage now as we approach 5 to go. Cooper waving like he's madly in love with the friends on the track, but it just means there's 5 to go. 5 laps remaining. Kaufman and Arnold. Arnold again, hard off of 4. Couldn't quite get there. This is going to be quite a finish between these two. Nose to tail. Arnold again, off of 4. Has it this time. Arnold to the lead. 2 to go. Henry Arnold. Bentley Kaufman. Arnold stretching it out just a little bit down the back straightaway. Now to the white flag and 1 to go. Henry looking to match Hayden's win earlier. Looks like he will. Double checkers for Henry Arnold. Bentley Kaufman home second. Ace Wolfgren third. Then Perino, Finnegan, Motzik, and Van Loo. So the Stanhope, Iowa powerhouse of Henry Arnold joins Hayden in victory lane. And then he didn't know whether or not he should go to the grass or not. Gets it hung up. And now he's going to have to get assistance to get the cart down there in front of the victory lane sign. Here comes our rookie red plate final. 15 laps the distance. Jamison Finnegan from New Richmond, Wisconsin starts on the pole. Followed by Wyatt Jacobson out of Lenox, South Dakota. Mateo Farnsworth from Chamberlain, South Dakota. And Max Wolfgren out of Boone, Iowa. Finnegan opening up the advantage on Jacobson. Early on, almost a full second here in the rookie main event. Junior wing final coming up next. And then stock heavy. Junior wing and then stock heavy. Finnegan and Jacobson maintain the advantage. It's now just about 2 seconds between Finnegan and Jacobson. And another second back from Jacobson, second and a half back to Farnsworth. Good smooth run here in our rookie final. Jamison Finnegan, Wyatt Jacobson. Halfway home here, cross flag, 7 down, 8 to go for Jamison Finnegan. Finnegan now coming up on Wolfgren. Max Wolfgren in that 78. About to go a lap down. Finnegan trying to find an opening, and he does. Wolfgren moved to the high side. Now got room to get back down. Big gap between Finnegan and Jacobson. It's 5 seconds. Finnegan now coming up on and around Mateo Farnsworth in that F10 as we hit 5 to go. 4 to go now. Jamison Finnegan. Trouble for Mateo Farnsworth. Farnsworth coming off. Jacobson almost 6 seconds down. 2 to go. 2 laps remain. Finnegan. Jamison Finnegan to the white flag and 1 to go. Finnegan all alone with a half a lap lead on Jacobson. He'll come off of 4. Double checkers will fly for Jamison Finnegan out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. Wyatt Jacobson coming home second. And Max Wolfgren will wind up in third with Mateo Farnsworth home 4. And so Finnegan now gets ready to head to victory lane. And the crew will come out to celebrate, among others. So as the victory lane celebration finishes up, we'll give you the lineup for our next main event. This is our junior wing A feature, 15 laps the distance, 17 karts to start. And they will start like this. Starting 17th from Woodville, Wisconsin, the 21M of Owen Malgren. Starting 16th from Randall, Iowa, the 77 of Callan Lewis. Starting 15th from Fargo, North Dakota, the 10J of Jackson Balderas. Starting 14th, the 2R from Rock Rapids, Iowa, of Reagan Graping. Starting 13th, the 1R from Gettysburg, South Dakota, that is Rayson Sheehan. Starting 12th, the 69 from Cottonwood, Minnesota, that's Kaysen Rylson. Starting 11th, the 18 out of Zeering, Iowa, of Cole Earls. Starting 10th, the 7M out of Eagle Bend, Minnesota, of Kaylee Milbrand. Starting 9th, the 2K out of Spirit Lake, Iowa, of Luke Krieger. Starting 8th, the 316 out of Beaver Creek, Minnesota, Maddox Baker. Starting in the 7th spot, the 40 out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, Reagan Roosevelt. Starting in the 6th spot, the 7L out of Laverne, Minnesota, that's Liam Gimbel. Starting 5th, the 11 out of Ironton, Minnesota, of Jackson Godfrey. Godfrey with a spin on that original start coming out of turn 4. Starting 4th, already with a win tonight, the 19 out of Owatonna, Minnesota, of Jacob Demmel. Starting 3rd, also with a win tonight, out of Lee Summit, Missouri, the 15 of Colton Brown. Starting 2nd, with a win, the 26 out of Dresser, Wisconsin, of Dominic Weber. And starting on the pole, the 5R out of Burt, Iowa, that is Rylan Reitzel. Reitzel and Weber, Brown, Demmel, Godfrey and Gimbel, Roseboom and Baker, Krieger and Milbrant, Earls and Rylson, Sheehan and Graping, Balderas and Lewis and Malgren. 17 karts for 15 laps. I think if we can get them started, we got ourselves a pretty good race. That's a pretty stout field. We saw Weber dominate earlier. Demmel also looked very good. So here we go. Down the back straightaway. Everything looks good so far. Reitzel off of 4. Rylan Reitzel will be your early leader. Brown started that kind of mess, but it Godfrey still waiting for assistance. Looks like the 11 may not be able to continue. Now checking. Godfrey turns and he starts everything from there, and then Sheehan had nowhere to go in that one and just collects him. Sheehan able to continue though. Godfrey still sitting out there in turn 4. Checking on the driver to make sure all is okay. Field completed 1 lap, so we have 1 down of our 15-lap final. All right, looks like Godfrey is climbing out of the 11. I think he may have gotten shaken up in that collision. Godfrey getting out, standing up, being checked on by our EMT, make sure he's okay. Kart, meanwhile, being loaded on the transport. Kart being loaded on that transport so that for the ride back to the pit area. Again, EMT checking on Godfrey. Jackson Godfrey out of Ironton. Minnesota. And the 5th fastest kart in qualifying, but got tangled up on that 2nd lap. They had completed 1. They were coming around into turn 4. His kart got sideways, and then he collected Sheehan in the 1. Sheehan apparently okay to continue, has moved back around into the lineup. And Godfrey's coming off, so. All right, we're getting word that Jackson is all right, but he did get beat up pretty good in that crash with Sheehan coming into that 11 machine. So Jackson is finished in this one. Crew over to help unload the cart off the transport unit. Brett telling us everything is okay, but you know, he got shaken up pretty good. Looks like the 21M of Malgrim will not be able to continue either. They'll push it down into the infield. Malgrim was at the other end of the speedway from where Godfrey crashed. Single file, here they come. Reitzel, Weber, Brown, Demmel, and Gimbel, your top 5. Then Rosaboom and Baker. 6th and 7th. Krieger right there in 8th. Then Milbrent. Back to green we go. Roseboom with a move on the inside of Gimbel. Moves into the top 5. Reitzel, Weber, Brown. Demel and Roseboom. Now Baker and Krieger moving inside on Gimbel. Ryland Reitzel out in front. Dominic Weber running second, and they're now beginning to pull away from Brown. Colton Brown in the 15, Jacob Demel in the 19, and Reagan Roseboom in the 40. Roseboom is the guy on the move. Third generation racer. The great Randy Roseboom out of Rock Rapids. His dad, Jody Roseboom. Both sprint car drivers for years, and now here comes the next member of the Roseboom racing family. Oh, trouble for Gimbel. Gimbel has spun to the inside of 2. Liam Gimbel. Adam Laverne in the 7L is down to the inside of turn number 2 to bring out the caution. That'll bunch things up. Reitzel, your leader, followed by Weber, then Brown, then Demel and Roseboom. That's your top 5. Officials out checking on the 1 of Sheehan. Racing Sheehan. That 1R. Well, we'll wait for the restart now and keep our eye on the 40 of Reagan Roseboom, who got a really good restart the last time. Picked up a spot and put himself in the top 5. Now he's right there with Reitzel, Weber, Brown, Demel, and Roseboom. Maddox Baker in the 6th spot, then Krieger, and then Kason Rylson, that's 69. Then you've got Graping in the 2R and Earls in the 18. Four laps down, 11 laps to go. Caution light goes out. Ryland Reitzel has been your leader from the start. Started off the pole. He's never given it up, but this is going to be fun now. We got a really good battle here. Back to green we come. Reitzel opens up the advantage just a little bit. Reitzel, Weber, Brown, Demel, and Ray and Roseboom, your top 5. Then Baker, Krieger, Rylson, Graping. Halfway home here for Ryland Reitzel. Halfway home, and Reitzel's lead is half a second. Weber is 5/10 back, and now they have pulled away from Brown, Demel, and Roseboom. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th place karts. Reitzel and Weber driving away at the front of the field. Difference is over a second from 2nd to 3rd. And now the battle for 4th Rosaboom closing in on Demmel. Caution light coming out. That's Krieger over on the backside. Krieger, Luke Krieger out of Spirit Lake, Iowa. Motor gets restarted. Krieger looks like he'll be able to rejoin the field at the back. Field will get realigned. Reitzel, Weber, Brown, Demmel, and Robbins and Rosaboom, your top five. 6 laps to go, 9 laps complete. Krieger back in at the back of the field. It's a pretty fast kart with a lot of traffic in front. Here we come. Reitzel, Weber, Brown, Demmel, and Rosaboom, your top 5. Going back to green. Baker, Rylson, Graping. Five to go now for Ryland Reitzel. Reitzel stretches the advantage. Weber stays second. Brown third. Demmel and Rosenboom still right there for 4th and 5th. And the caution comes out again. Caution comes out. The 77 of Callan Lewis out of Randall, Iowa. Field coming to a stop in the middle of the back straightaway. So the field realigned and ready to go. With 11 down, 4 to go. Field comes off of turn 4. Reitzel holds the advantage. Rosaboom to challenge Demmel. They settle back in. Two to go. White flag for Reitzel. Weber, Brown, Demmel, Rosaboom. Baker, Rylson, Graping, checkers for Ryland Reitzel. Weber comes home second, Brown third, Demmel fourth, and Rosaboom comes home in fifth. Ryland Reitzel headed for, trying to get her to head for victory lane. Oh, they were able to get Rylan around. So Reitzel makes the way into victory lane. Rylan Reitzel going wire to win in junior wing. They have one entry in junior UAS. We'll see whether or not that kart will take the speedway. If not, we're headed for stock heavy. Now the whole crew will get into the victory lane celebration.
I'd be off with 19
Well, here we go. The celebration completes, and we get ready for our final main event of the evening. This is our 30-lap stock heavy Mid-America A feature. We have 19 drivers, and here's how they'll start. Starting 19th to 16 of La Crosse, Wisconsin's Corey Wolf. Starting 18th to 68 out of Rapid City, South Dakota, Carter Johannesson. Starting 17th to 118 out of Des Moines, Iowa, of Nathan Donahue. Starting 16th to 2 out of Jackson, Minnesota, of Aaron Catterbeck. Starting 15th to 30 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, of Tyler Alton. Starting 14th to 327 out of Lenox, South Dakota, Mark Jacobson. Starting 13th to 41 out of Des Moines, Iowa, of Stevie Smith. Starting 12th to 6 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, of Declan Whitney. Starting 11th to 30M out of Rapid City, South Dakota, of Spencer Johannesson. Starting 10th, 9S out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, of Reagan Skolton. Starting 9th, the 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois, of Logan Webb. Starting 8th, the 96 out of Nicollet, Minnesota, of Jake Robb. Starting 7th, the 4 out of Laverne, Minnesota, of Gavin Gregory. Starting 6th, the 00N out of Isanti, Minnesota, of Noah Berglund. Starting in the 5 spot, the 28T out of O'Fallon, Missouri, of Tanner LaRue. Starting in the 4 spot, the 5 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, of Reese Whitney. Starting 3rd, the 26T out of Springfield, Missouri, that's Dylan McCord. Starting 2nd, the 13 out of New Brighton, Minnesota, of Johnny Hansen. And starting on the pole out of Mitchellville, Iowa, the 119 of Eddie Brose. Brose, Hansen, McCord, Whitney, and LaRue, your top 5. This one is 30 laps the distance. Still got one sitting on the grid, apparently, that we are waiting for. Crew feverishly trying to get it started or going. No luck so far. Bros, Hanson, McCord, Whitley, and LaRue. Then Berglund, Gregory, Robb, Webb, and Skolton, your top 10. All right. Here we go, 30 laps, going green, stock heavy. Clean first set of corners. LaRue trying to go to work on Whitley. Bros opening it up just a little bit. Now LaRue to the inside on Reese Whitley. Eddie Bros and Johnny Hanson. Dylan McCord. Your front three. Tanner LaRue is fourth. Noah Berglund and Gavin Gregory now fifth and sixth and on the move. Reese Whitley. Reagan Skolton now starting to charge in that 9S. Skolton started 10th. Now running 7th. Trying to catch Berglund and Gregory. Gregory now to the inside on Berglund. Noah Gregory working to the inside. Gavin Gregory around Noah Berglund, picking up that 5th spot. Now Skolton, and here comes Stevie Smith, the veteran out of Des Moines, Iowa, starting to move. Smith to the outside, trying to get around Skolton. Had the door shut there. Meanwhile, Bros continues to lap his way through traffic. Eddie Bros. Jonathan Hanson. McCord running second. Hanson running third. LaRue still in the 4 spot. Gregory running 5th. Eddie Bros just mauling this field at the front. Has lapped all the way up to Corey Wolf. Only 10 drivers remain on the lead lap. As Eddie Bros just carves his way through this field. Now Stevie Smith slowing. Noah Berglund coming on. At this rate, there will only be Bros left. McCord, Hanson, and LaRue, and now the caution comes out. That'll save a couple of guys who were in danger of going down a lap. One of them was Jake Robb in that 96. Eddie Bros just dominating stock heavy. Carved out over half the field from 19 down inside of 10 remain. Dylan McCord still second, but has not really had anything for Bros. Hanson, LaRue, Gregory, that's your top 5. Skolton, Jacobson. Only 9 of 19 remain. Bros has wiped the rest of them out. Eddie Bros has lapped everybody but the top 9 right now. So let's see how many more of them he can take out. We haven't reached halfway yet. 12 down. I have 12 or 11. Got a little bit of debris. All right, caution light splash. We'll stay yellow for at least one more lap. Had a piece of debris up at the high side just off of the exit to turn 4 we got picked up. Lineup looks good. All right, Cooper. That's what it says. Just short of halfway now. 12 down. On our way to 30. Has anybody got anything for Eddie Bros? Here they come. Off of 4. Green flags in the air. Quick move by Jacobson. Into 6th. Around Skolton. Rob coming as well. Skolton getting shuffled back. Now LaRue to the inside on Hanson. Tanner LaRue into 3rd. Gregory coming as well. Gregory now into 4th. Jonathan Hanson back to 5th. Halfway home, and Eddie Bros, your leader, with McCord right there. Just 0.2 of a second separate the two. McCord with a bobble off of 2nd. That'll grow the lead for Bros. LaRue, Gregory, Hanson, and Mark Jacobson now into the 6th. And Jacobson looking for 5th. Mark Jacobson into the top 5. Now Gregory inside on LaRue to 3rd. Gavin Gregory to the 3 spot. Jacobson gonna follow. Jacobson into 4th. LaRue back to 5th. And now Hanson right there. Eddie Bros. Dylan McCord, Gavin Gregory. Catterbeck would be next. As Bros comes to within about a half a straightaway of Aaron Catterbeck to put the 9th place Kart a lap down. McCord still running 2nd. Gregory runs 3rd. McCord is half a second. Gregory is 1.7 seconds behind Bros. Catterbeck goes a lap down. Seven to go now. Eddie Bros out in front. McCord 2nd. Gregory still 3rd as he gets inside of Catterbeck. It's 5 to go now for Eddie Bros. Bros on his way here in stock heavy. McCord running 2nd. Gregory is a full straightaway back running in 3rd. Jacobson 4th. Hanson 5th. LaRue runs 6th. Skolton 7th. Rob 8th. And then Catterbeck a lap down in 9th. Two to go. Bros trying to catch Jake Robb. Robb pulls up. Bros a lap all the way to 8th place. White flag for Bros. One more time around. McCord running 2nd. Just 0.3 back, but not enough. Off of 4. Eddie Bros to the checkers and the win. Followed by McCord and Gregory. Jacobson and Hanson, your top 5. Eddie Bros goes wire to wire and laps all the way to 7th place. Gets congratulations from McCord. Gregory comes by. Mark Jacobson's going to stop. Give him the thumbs up. Tanner LaRue does the same. Tremendous sportsmanship in stock heavy because they know it. Eddie Bros had this thing covered. Bros wins it with ease, leading all 30 and lapping everybody but the top 7. So the victory lane photos are concluded. And Eddie Bros picks up another one in dominating fashion here tonight to win the stock heavy. And do so with ease, followed by Dylan McCord, Gavin Gregory, Mark Jacobson with a really nice run. Mark started back in, what does it say, 14th place and comes home 4th, so that's a plus 10. That's a really nice run for Jacobson. And then Jonathan Hansen comes home in the 5th and final spot here tonight. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up day 1 of our AJC Mid-America Series here at Golden Spike Speedway. Despite the weather and the complications with the track and everything, tremendous racing to finish things up here tonight. And we do it all over again tomorrow, and we add a couple more classes to competition. Gates will open again tomorrow morning. I believe it's 8 a.m. with registration. Let me look and make sure I do this right, because otherwise I'll get fired, and I'd hate to have that happen. Gates open at 8. Registration starts right then from 8 until 10. Driver's meeting is at 10 o'clock in the morning. Then, some fun. If you have not seen this, you got to check this out. The Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge gets us started at 10:30 tomorrow morning. No tire prep, no anything, just slap them on and just see what you can do in 20 laps. It's going to be a lot of fun. We get that at 10:30. Then practice begins at noon, and the racing then follows tomorrow. So remember, gates will open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and registration will be open then. A reminder, drivers, if you are not competing tomorrow, let's say you're done today, you got something else, you have to go, transponders go back to registration where you got them. If you are competing, you make sure and keep that transponder, make sure to check it to make sure that the green light is flashing. The more times it's flashing, the more days it can handle. If it's like flashing once green or just a solid green, that you might have to think about putting that on the charger, because it might not get you through tomorrow. We've already had some. If it's anything other than green, you absolutely have to get it on the charger. So make sure that you're getting that done. And hopefully everybody will have a great evening. And then we will see you bright and early again tomorrow morning for the second day of our weekend of competition here at Golden Spike Speedway in Blue Earth, Minnesota. Again, take a couple minutes too tonight. It would be great to go back and you get back to the hotel or whatever. You check out, or you go into the RV, you check out the internet connection, you pull up the MBTV feed from off the site, and look back at some of the racing action tonight. It'll be great. Click the like button, subscribe to the website, right, Matt? That's what we want them to do. We want them to subscribe to. You can do it on Facebook too. Some of those YouTube, Facebook. Check out the MBTV site. All kinds of great stuff. You guys do a great job. Tremendous crew. Love working with them. So we're hopefully looking forward to another beautiful day. Tomorrow the weather's supposed to be better, a little warmer, so a little more summerish, we hope. But again, we thank everybody for the participation tonight, all of our sponsors for making things happen. Again, gates will open up at 8 with registration opening shortly thereafter that time. The driver's meeting is 10 o'clock in the morning, and then the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge at 10:30. Practice to follow at noon, and then racing to begin after practice tomorrow afternoon. So hopefully everybody will have a great night, and we will see you again tomorrow here at the Speedway.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com. When you've got to ship it